Live from Bank of James Stadium, you're watching our championship contest in the Lynchburg Regional, all a part of the NCAA tournament. It's Salve Regina taking on Birmingham Southern. It's DJ Wingert here with you to take you through game one of potentially two. We'll see in this series. First pitch swinging. Brandon Grover continues to swing a scorching hot bat. Turns on the first pitch and singles to right field. And leadoff man is on just like that. And who did Grover single off of? Well, it was Oliver Livingston, getting start number 5 of the season, appearance number 10 through 23 innings, a 2.74 ERA. Opponent's batting average below the Mendoza line, 193. 19 strikeouts to 7 walks this year for Livingston. So an auspicious start for Grover and the Salve Regina offense. And that brings up shortstop and two-hole hitter Dustin Cicada, the rest of the lineup card for Salve Regina. Batting third, playing first is Tyler Canoe in the cleanup spot, and doing the catching is Dylan Ketch. He'll then be followed by third baseman Will McCarthy. Then it's right fielder Tyler Petrosino batting seventh, playing second is Kyle Platt. He'll be followed by Matt D'Amato, and rounding out the lineup card is the center fielder Jared Benyers. Sent to shallow center, ranging back. The catch is made by shortstop Alfredo Grenier, and there's one down. Quick start of the day for Livingston. 2 pitches, and he's gotten 2 results. 1 on, 1 down, bringing Tyler Canoe to the plate. Canoe enters with a .337 average this season. And, of course, Salve Regina getting to play in this game after taking down Lynchburg in a game right before this one got underway. Seahawks best the Hornets. That ends Lynchburg's season. Number 11 team in the country has their season come to its conclusion, and Salve Regina now sees Birmingham Southern. First time this weekend. Popped up right field side, ranging towards the chunk. The catch is made by Cole Stedman, and there's now 2 down. So a 2 away. Dylan Ketch looks to prolong the top of the first. Ketch, the CCC Defensive Player of the Year, second team All-Conference honoree, .353 average at the plate. 14 extra base hits, and here looking to see more from Livingston. First pitch fastball hits on the outside corner. The battery made today for Livingston is Jack Fleming, who has been living behind the dish all weekend long. 0-1 left outside. And the infield from left to right has Brian Williams manning the hot corner. And then Alfredo Grenier out at short. Andrew Dunton starts at second with Noah Best holding the runner on at first. In the outfield from right to left is Cole Stedman in right. In center is Cam McNearney with Will Lantis in left. And, of course, the DH watching it all unfold from the dugout is Ian Hancock. Livingston looking for a scoreless first inning. Drops in the breaking ball. Moves the count to 2-2. Most recent appearance for Livingston. 6 innings of work against Hendricks on April 30th. 4 strikeouts to 2 walks. No earned runs. And it's been back-to-back outings with no earned runs against the ledger of Livingston. Stroked out to right and foul. Solid contact for Ketch. But he'll have to retreat back to the left-handed batter's box. We'll do it again at 2-2 if Ketch reaches. The man on deck is Will McCarthy. And we talked about the path for Salve Regina beating Lynchburg. And that's what puts the Seahawks in this championship series. And, of course, the road was a difficult one as Salve Regina lost to Lynchburg in day 1 of this regional. And it made it to where if the Seahawks want to be the regional champs, they'll have to go 4 for their next 4. Put together 36 innings of great baseball. And, well, Salve Regina is certainly halfway there. Looking to continue their hot stretch. Doing against the number 3 team in the country, Birmingham Southern, who's 2-0 so far this weekend. It was a 10-2 win against Earlham, followed by a 10-2 win yesterday against Lynchburg. So Birmingham Southern will have to be beat twice if Salve Regina does come away with a win here And game 1 of the series will have the if needed game tomorrow at noon, and that will be played over at Liberty University, so it'll be a different venue as well. 3-2 outside. First walk issued by Livingston, and Grover moves into scoring position with plenty of speed at second. And the RBI opportunity falls to the shoulders of Will McCarthy. See him at third in the bottom half of this inning. 347 average entering this contest, 22 RBIs to go with it. First pitch down in the dirt, blocked up well by Fleming. Both runners forced to hold. Neither runner being held on. Livingston again misses low, falls behind 2-0. And Oliver Livingston, on the mound now. As we noted, 5th start of the season. He's had appearances ranging from as short as 1 inning, like he had against Washington and Missouri, inning and a third against Swanee, and has gone as long as that 6th inning stint against Hendricks. Also threw 5 innings against Carroll of Wisconsin. Those two by far his longest appearance. Everything else is 2 innings or shorter. And he'll be matched up against Eddie Hardiman. We'll see in the bottom half of this inning. Lofted to center. A step over for McNearney. He's got a beat on it and makes the grab for out number 3. 2 runners reach for Salve Regina, but no runs come across. For scores of the first half inning of baseball, Birmingham Southern brings out their high-octane offense as we head to the home half of the frame.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well, but it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Diving in college taught me to strive and be the best athlete I can be, but also the best student I can be. My coaches always made sure that the student comes first, because not everyone's going to become a professional athlete. So they make sure that we will do great in academics. I knew that would only open the door to my future, and I'm really excited to start my dream program for physical therapy.
Bottom of the first inning sees Eddie Hardiman step onto the mound, and this becomes his first start of the season. Now he's had a fair share of exposure coming out of the bullpen, as the lefty has made 10 appearances entering this contest, holds a 1-1 record. Just 12 1/3 innings pitched so far this year. ERA at 5.11, strikeouts per 9 at 4.38. Big spot to call on Hardiman. And he'll have to go against one of the best, maybe the best offense in Division III baseball. Leading things off will be Andrew Dunton and Cole Stedman, followed by Noah Best, Stephanie Reach. We'll then see the DH Ian Hancock and his 16 home runs step into the plate. Rest of the way through the Birmingham Southern lineup card. Batting 5th and catching is Jack Fleming. Playing center, Cam McNearney. Batting 7th is Alfredo Granier, followed by 3rd baseman Brian Williams. And rounding out the batting 9 for Coach Dan Weisberg is Will Lantis, who also is playing in left. Now the advantage for Hardiman is we'll see a lot of lefties in the top of the lineup card. Dunton, Stedman, Hancock, and Fleming. For the first 5 who will come to the plate, hit from the left side, the exception being Noah Best there in the middle. First pitch of the day from Hardiman, high and inside. Slap to the ground, right side. Good hustle from Kyle Platt. He gets to it, but no play to be made thereafter. Dunton on with the leadoff single, matching what Salve Regina was able to do in the top half of the first. No runs come across for the Seahawks, though, as Grover got that leadoff single. He was stranded at second, and Dylan Ketch left on at first after he drew a walk. Cole Stedman, first time to the plate this afternoon. One of the 12 all-conference honorees for Birmingham Southern. Toss to first. Back in time is Dunton. Dunton on at first. Stedman, both named to the first team SAA squadron, as well as Brian Williams, Will Lantis, Noah Best. And then on the second team, you see names like Jack Fleming, Joey White, Preston Jenkins, and Camden McNearney. Really successful season. One of the best offenses in the country and a pitching staff that has been serviceable, first in the SAA and ERA, as well as hits per 9. And it's a team that's certainly active on the base paths as well. Throw over. Dunton is certainly no exception to the running rule. You look at his numbers, 5 for 8 on stolen base attempts. But as a team, Birmingham Southern, 137 swipe bags on 149 attempts. 1-1. Sent the other way towards the left field line and down for extra bases. Dunton will be raved around third. The throw cut off. Now comes to the plate, and it's not in time. RBI double. Cole Stedman has been very vocal about the team's goals of scoring 10 runs per game, and he provides score number 1. Stedman drives in Dunton. Birmingham Southern leads 1-0. Cole Stedman has RBI number 53 of the season, and he sets up an RBI chance for Noah Best, who had a 4-hit performance yesterday against Lynchburg. 4 hits against 3 different pitchers through his 5 official at-bats. And one of those 4 hits, a 3-run moonshot of the left center field wall. Waits on the pitch from the lefty. Drives it to left center. Down for a single. Best will drive home Cole Stedman. Make it 2-0. Panthers out in front. Three for 3 start for the Birmingham Southern offense. A single from Dunton. He scores on the double from Stedman, who then scores on the RBI base knock. Noah Best has ribby number 58. Ties him with Ian Hancock, who comes to the plate. Next for the Panthers, those two lead the way in the RBI department. Slow roller up the first base line and foul. Defensive lineman, by the way, for the Seahawks, the catcher today, Dylan Ketch. The infield from left to right has Will McCarthy at third, Dustin Cicada starting at short, Kyle Platt over at second, with Tyler Canoe holding the runner on at first. And the outfield from right to left is Tyler Petrosino in right, Jared Benyers in center, Matt D'Amato starts in left, and the DH is Brandon Grover. Oh, 1 comes in on the hands of Hancock. Flared to center. Ranging back. Cicada has it pop in and out of his glove. The throw to second, not in time. All 4 to step to the plate to start the day for the Panthers offense have reached the base paths. That's a tough play for Cicada to make catch short. It's not quite as sunny as it has been the past couple of days, and ultimately it's going to be called an E6. It did hit his glove, and a lot of scorekeepers will say that's a fair rule of thumb. If it hits your glove, then play should be expected. But ranging back and not only just locating and putting yourself in a good position, but also controlling your upper body. You can see Cicada starting to lean, and that makes it that much more difficult as we have an early trip to the mound for Salve Regina. Looking to calm down the starter, Eddie Hardiman. First start of the season. And it doesn't get any easier through the rest of the lineup guard. Fleming the next man up, and Coach Sorella for Salve Regina. Coach Lucas Jones from Lynchburg. Coach Steve Stakasitz with Earlham. The other 3 teams here in the Lynchburg Regional have been very open in made note of Birmingham Southern's offense 1 through 9 as something to marvel at. And Coach Sorella talking about Brian Williams in the 8 spot. Will Lantis, who hits 9-hole for the Panthers. Those two might be the top 2 in his lineup card if you just add them onto the roster. And plenty of teams across the country are saying the exact same thing. Fleming's got 12 home runs. He's the final left-handed bat in the order until we reach the top of the lineup card. Seahawks defense plays the pull side, left-on-left matchup. Fastball clips the inside corner. The count starts at 0-1. Showing bunt is Fleming. Can't get it down. Throw back to second. Not in time. Catch trying to keep Best honest. 0-2 count for Fleming at the plate. Hancock not being held on over at first. Hardiman a strike away from his first out. Oh, 2, set up the first base line. Picked up by Canoe. He'll take it to the bag himself. Fleming down, 3 unassisted, but Best, as well as Hancock, both move up 90 feet. The former up to third. The latter now stands at second. RBI opportunity for Cam McNearney, and he can do it with a productive out. Second team all SAA honoree. McNearney enters, hitting .356 on the season. Has compiled 33 RBIs so far. First pitch misses inside. Get a look at Noah Best, the lead man, over at third, has good speed. So again, productive out for McNearney. Certainly in play. Middle infielders are playing about adjacent with second base, so hit something hard back up the middle. That might not be a door that's open for Best to score, but you won't need to hit too deep of a fly ball to get the sac play or sac fly in play. And this is a Birmingham Southern team with 20 sac flies so far this season. And that's Ian Hancock over at second. He runs well. So hit the outfield. Could double the Birmingham Southern lead. Hardiman misses down in the dirt. Count grows, 2 balls, 1 strike. Catch sets up on the outside corner. Fastball nicked into his glove. It's now 2-2. McNearney so far this weekend, gone 1 for 6. Has come around to score. That was against Lynchburg yesterday. Slow roller back to the mound. Hardiman has Best on a run down. Flips it to the plate. Catch. Now the third baseman McCarthy applying the tag is Hardiman. 1-2-3-1 on the official putout. Hancock moves up to third. McNearney alertly stands at second, but there are 2 away. So Best retired 1-2-5-1. Still 2 runners on in scoring position, but with 2 away. It'll take a base knock from Grenier or an unforced error from the Seahawks. Think of a wild pitch as an example. Grenier's been smooth defensively. He started all 3 games now this weekend, and the average entering the regional, just below 300. Now it's up to 310. All in all, 3 for 8 so far this weekend. 2 RBIs yesterday against the Hornets of Lynchburg. Two-seamer hits on the outside corner. Count at 1-all. It's a date between a conference winner in Birmingham Southern and a team in the NCAA tournament via the at-large bid in Salve Regina. This regional was made up by 2 conference winners, Earlham and BSC, and then 2 at-large squads, Lynchburg and Salve Regina. Almost poetic that we get one of each in the championship series. Pitchers count of 1-2. Grenier looks to battle. Skies one. It'll stay in the infield. McCarthy in from third. Makes the grab for out number 3. But as 7 step to the plate, 2 come across. And Birmingham Southern the first to hit the scoring column. We step aside and come back. Top of the second inning. 2-0. Your score. Birmingham Southern with the early advantage over Salve Regina.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org.
Top of the second inning in Lynchburg, Virginia. TJ Wingert here with you to take you through our regional championship series. Game 1 of potentially 2 we could play over the course of today. And then the if necessary game would be tomorrow afternoon out at Liberty. Early advantage goes the way of the Panthers, 2-0 after the first inning of action. RBIs come from Stedman as well as Noah Best. So some early run support to the back of Oliver Livingston. Faces Tyler Petrosino to start inning number 2. That'll be Kyle Platt and Matt D'Amato. If any reach, the 9-hole man and center fielder Jared Benyers would follow suit. Livingston quickly set, 1-1. Breaking ball lined over the head of Dunton and into right field. Second hit is many innings for Salve Regina. And it's now back-to-back innings with the leadoff man on. Kyle Platt starting the game right before this against Lynchburg. Back in the lineup card. Shows bunt. Pushes it foul up the first base line. Toss over to first, keeping Petrosino honest. 11 of 14 on stolen base attempts this season. Salve Regina as a team, 89 stolen bases this year through 112 attempts. 0-2 count now for Platt to work through. Second baseman enters with a 286 average. Today becomes his 24th game played this year. Breaking ball sent to right. Can of corn, Petrosino retired by his right field counterpart, Cole Stedman. I beg your pardon. That was Platt flying out. Got ahead of myself. And I guess we'll take this opportunity to note there are some ominous-looking clouds making their way over Bank of James Stadium, but no lightning, no rain as of now, and I am knocking on wood as we are hoping to be able to steer clear of all weather concerns, but we are monitoring some potential clouds coming from the southeast. The 1. Goal foul. Matt Tomato was the leadoff man in game 1 of the weekend for Salve Regina, but Brandon Glover has been swinging a scorching hot bat, and because of that, Tomato shifted in the lineup card. Here in the 8th spot, toss to first, Petrosino back with a slide. Salve Regina as a team, 3:13 hours before this game got underway. On base percentage at .429, certainly a high caliber offense, and seeing the praises of Birmingham Southern and everything they get to do at the plate. And as much pressure is on Eddie Hardiman, you could argue more pressure is on the Salve Regina offense being able to keep up. That's why the 0 in the first inning was, early on and a lot of baseball left to go, but one that stands out, especially considering Birmingham Southern wastes no time after Coach Jan Weisberg has noted the last 2 days not happy with how the first 3 innings and either the first 2 games this weekend have really looked for his offense. But today, with the stakes and championship on the line, the Panthers wasted no time. Loft to the left. Back is Lantis. Catch is made. D'Amato down for out number 2. But it'll be interesting to see as this game goes on. Empty innings. Frames that end with zeros next to the Salve Regina line. What does that mean for this team as it goes on and on, especially because this Birmingham Southern offense, you almost feel like Indiana Jones running away from a boulder. Indiana Jones did survive and get away from the boulder, and Salve Regina is hoping to do something similar today and force the if-needed game tomorrow. Hit hard to right, but a couple steps over towards the line, and Stedman there to cover the necessary ground and make the catch for out number 3. Back-to-back innings with a leadoff single going by the wayside for the Seahawks. Through 1.5, coming back with the bottom of the second. 8-9-1, stepping to the plate for Birmingham Southern.
To them, the whole world looks like an opportunity, one to be seized, built upon, and made better for their sport and the people around it. To student athletes, every opportunity is a chance to change what could be and show the world what opportunity can do.
Is it pronounced Earlham?
It's Earlham, and it's a place for
amateur farmers,
athletes,
artists,
barefooters,
world changers,
do-gooders.
It's a place for you,
and it'll change your life for good.
Bottom of the second inning, a pitching change being made by Salve Regina. Coming out of the pen as the right-handed arm, Nicholas Santo, comes on in relief for the starter, Eddie Hardiman. First start of the season for Hardiman. Ends after 1 inning, giving up 3 hits, 2 earned runs, no walks, and no strikeouts for Hardiman. So on in relief comes Santo. Numbers this year, about 12 appearances now. Just 1 game started. Everything else coming out of the pen for the sophomore. 2-0 record, 23 1/3 innings pitched. Strikeouts per 9, just under 7. 3.86 ERA. It's 18 strikeouts to 9 walks. And he'll start his afternoon taking on Brian Williams. Not your ordinary 8-hole hitter. The third baseman takes the first pitch high for ball 1. And furthermore, Williams hitting .343 this season with 11 doubles, 3 triples, and home runs to go with it. One on its way. This is off the inside corner. Be a tad high as well. Santo, native to Florida. Last time he took the mound, came against Endicott. 1 inning of action, 2 earned runs, 1 walk, no strikeouts. Before that, it was 4 innings against Suffolk. 2 strikeouts to 1 walk, no runs given up there. And he tossed 5 frames against Clark University, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, no earned runs. 3-1, drops in for strike 2. So Santo can certainly be somebody who gives Coach Eric Sorella some needed length to get a look at the Seahawks coaching staff as Williams draws the first walk of the day, the Birmingham Southern offense. Panthers top 10 in the country in batting average at .344, on-base percentage at .445, and slugging percentage at .547. And Will Lantis, like I said, for Williams, not your ordinary 9-hole hitter in this case. .375 average, and how about 38 for 38 on stolen base attempts. This is a kid who gets on at a high rate and moves himself up 90 feet at a time, at just even more so as a fish in a clip. Williams a threat to take off at any moment. So 1-0. Moves the count to 1-1. For Williams, 25 stolen bases in 27 attempts. Another miss from Santo. Good block coming from Dylan Ketch. Forces Williams to hold. So far this season, runners are 2 of 4 when trying to steal bases against Santo. Lantis pops it up in foul territory, first base side. A sliding grab made by Dylan Ketch. Williams tries to move up and does successfully. Tag and advance to second. Dylan Ketch, though, cue the Web Gem music. Aided by the shin guards. Getting some nice distance on the slide. Vin Diesel somewhere is smiling at that drift put together by Dylan Ketch. And Lantis down, pop out to second. Here it is again. Trying to locate the baseball, and then Ketch does just that, and pun intended, makes a nice catch. Runner on at scoring position. 1 away, lineup card turns over as Birmingham Southern looks to make it runs in back-to-back innings. Andrew Dunton, the next man up in the lineup card, 1 for 1. Laid off single last inning. As Dunton wants to get in the box, see the home plate umpire and Dylan Ketch, making sure that the battery made for Santo is all right. All seems to be okay. Baseball can continue. And it really has become a pretty afternoon for baseball, other than the storm clouds starting to populate. Right around 90 degrees or so. The feels like up to about 94, and the wind blowing out towards center field, but nothing too hard. Not as hard as it was during the Salve Regina and Lynchburg game. There were moments in that contest where gusts of wind easily clear double digits. Currently stayed at around 8-9 miles an hour. But if the wind does pick back up, advantage to the hitters. Santo attacks the inside corner and gets a called strike. One's across the scoreboard, 1-1 count with 1 away. And Santo airmails the back pick. Williams will try to move up to third. On a throw, Ben Years. Or on a hop, the throw from Ben Years not in time to catch Williams. E1 has a runner 90 feet away from scoring the third run of the day for the Panthers. Take another look. It would have been close if the throw was clean, but sometimes get a little too excited. You see a runner starting to venture off the bag. You get amped up, and that throw is a lot closer than what it might seem. 1-1, breaking ball, chopped to second, charging in. Platt makes the throw to the plate. It's in and out of the glove of catch. I think Williams was there in time either way, but as it comes out of the glove for catch, there's no discussion to be had. RBI fielder's choice for Andrew Dunton. It's now 3-0, Birmingham Southern. So let's look at Brian Williams' path around the base paths. Draws a walk to lead off the inning. Strong start. Moves up to second on a pop-up to the catcher in foul territory. Moves to third on an E1. Then scores on a dribbler that maybe goes 75 to 80 feet. He does a lot of things right, but you can't teach speed. And moving up 90 feet at a time, I think he showcased he's got a ton of it. Cole Stedman, the next man up. Trails in the count 0-1. Swings through another breaking ball. It's now 0-2. RBI double down the left field line. The first time we got to see Stedman in the box. Santo, though, looking to hold the damage at one run across. Strike away from finding out number 2. Backdoor slider, dribbled foul. Dunton has good speed over at first. Doesn't venture far from the bag. So 1-2, high and outside. Stedman second on the team, 387 average this year. 24 extra base hits, evenly split between doubles and home runs. Another breaking ball to Stedman. It'll stay in the infield. Sky to short. A step over. Cicada makes the grab, and there's 2 away. One on, 2 away, Noah Best. RBI single his first time up. And between yesterday and then now today, 5 for his last 6, with 5 RBIs in that duration. I'd say Noah Best has seen the baseball pretty well. If you want to branch it out to the entire regional, how about 7 for 10? 7 RBIs. Putting together a tournament MVP type of stat line. Breaking ball from Santo, drops just below the knees. Hitters count 2-0. Dunton 5 for 8 on stolen base attempts. He's over at first. Same pitch. This time it clips the outside corner to move. The count's 2-1. Seahawks are playing to the pull side of Best. It's the Seahawks defense towards the top of the conference. And fielding percentage, 96.3% this season. Front door breaking ball and a called strike 2. Catch sets up on the outside corner. 2-2. Falls off the table. Full count now. The Panther first baseman, if Best were to reach, Ian Hancock is in the on-deck circle. Canoe will no longer hold on the runner at first. Dunton in motion. Breaking ball. Cut on and missed. Held on by catch. That's the first strikeout victim against either arm we've seen so far for Salve Regina. And we've made it through the first 2 innings. Another run put on the board by the Panthers makes it 3-0 as we head to the top of the 3rd inning.
Look what you're missing! It really don't matter to me, I'm just happy to be here, I might go crazy.
Brandon Grover, Dustin Cicada, and Tyler Canoe coming to the plate, top of the 3rd inning. And a second time through the lineup card for Birmingham Southern. Starting arm, Oliver Livingston, who misses outside on the first pitch he tosses. Livingston, through the first 9 he's faced, surrendered 1 walk, gave up 2 hits. The rest has been smooth sailings. No ground ball out, which is noteworthy, especially considering we talked about the conditions, the wind blowing out towards center and right center. That could be something that comes back to hurt a fly ball heavy pitcher. Driven to center. Back goes McNearney. Makes a catch on the warning track for at number 1. Case in point, some loud contact, and it lofts out towards the warning track in center, but with Grover down, Cicada comes to the plate, 0 for 1. And in total, including a pop out from Cicada, his first time up, 7 flyouts, but 6 true flyouts and a pop out to short. But nonetheless, Livingston been able to work against the Seahawks bats, generate some soft contact, lots of lazy fly balls. This one is lined straight to McNearney, makes yet another catch out in center. Tyler Canoe flew out to right field. His first at bat. Seahawks have had a runner on in each of their first 2 innings at the plate, in danger of not seeing one come to the plate this inning, and that will exactly be the case. Canoe grounds out 4-3, and it's a 1-2-3 3rd inning of work for Oliver Livingston, who continues to look really good on the mound for the Panthers. 3-0 your score as we step aside and come back with 4-5-6 stepping to the plate for Birmingham Southern.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Hardiman.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Ian Hancock will lead things off. He'll then be followed by Jack Fleming and Cam McNearney. Another inning of work for Nicholas Santo. Did surrender an earned run last inning, working exclusively from the stretch. Leaves the first pitch to his second inning of action, well off the outside corner. And in that first frame, no hits allowed despite a run coming across. Brian Williams reached the base paths via a leadoff walk, and then it was an RBI fielder's choice from Andrew Dunton. It got the job done. In on the hands of Hancock, who fouls it off up the right field line. Count now at 1-1. Entering the weekend, Hancock, top 8 in the country in the home run department with 16 this season. And that was good for a top spot in the SAA. And then the man on deck, Jack Fleming, not far off and either standing 36 in the country with 12 home runs. Hancock underneath this one, though. Sent to the left, lazy fly ball. D'Amato there to make the grab for out number 1. To round out that point, Fleming, second in the SAA in home runs, 36 in the country. And those two also go 1 and 2 in the RBI department for the SAA. First time today that Salve Regina has been able to retire the leadoff man. Birmingham Southern, though, looking to make runs across in 3 consecutive innings, and all while further the hope and desire that the Panthers have to move on to the super regional stage of the NCAA tournament. A win today would make it a 3-0 weekend for Birmingham Southern and put them in to the super regional round. Fleming's 0 for 1, grounded out to first in his first at-bat. And with the 12 home runs, also 12 doubles and a 310 RBI, or excuse me, 310 RBIs would be unbelievable. 310 batting average. For those wondering, his RBI total is at 54. Good look at Coach Weisberg up the third base line. Two comes too far inside and hits Fleming. One out, free pass issued to the Panther catcher. And that'll bring Cam McNearney to the plate. First a trip to the mound for our home plate umpire. And quick amendment, that was actually assistant coach J.D. Hulse of the third base line. Coach Dan Weisberg likes to stand in the dugout even with his team hitting. And Birmingham Southern and Coach Weisberg, first base side in the dugout. Watching McNearney return to the plate after hitting into the 1-2-5-1 fielder's choice back in the first inning. Curveball starts to count at 0-1. 49th game of the season for Birmingham Southern, looking for a win, 41, and a chance to move on to the super regional stage. Meanwhile, Salve Regina, this is game 45, and a chance for win number 31, and the opportunity to play again tomorrow. Pitch down to the dirt, picked up by Catch, the throw to second, and plenty of time. Jack Fleming dead to rights and caught stealing. 2-6 on the putout. Base paths are cleared, and there's 2 away. One off the outside corner. Here's another look at the runner caught stealing. You can see why Dylan Ketch named Commonwealth Coast Conference Defensive Player of the Year. As the 2-1, trying to lay down the bunt is McNearney, unable to put it in fair territory. But back to that play from Ketch. It's always a risky proposition if you're going to go for the pick as opposed to blocking it up down in the dirt. And you can give some credit to Fleming, trying to run on a dirt ball and had a good read. And, hey, if Ketch is just going to body it up, he's probably there at second. But clean pick, miss a little second. Sometimes great catching play will outweigh you trying to be a good base runner. McNearney fights off a 2-2 pitch and lives to see yet another. That'll come his way here in a moment. 1 for 7 so far in the regional is McNearney. Another 2-2. Fastball popped up. Panthers in jeopardy of having their first zero put next to their line, and that is indeed the case. Catch made by Kyle Platt. And Nicholas Santo faces the minimum in his second inning of work. It brings the close to inning number 3 between Birmingham Southern and Salve Regina. We'll step aside, come back. Top of the 4th, 3-0, your score on LHSN.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities, learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the Athletic Training Laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III.
Oliver Livingston looking to get through his 4th inning of work. He'll see the middle trio of the Salve Regina lineup coming to the plate. Seahawks set down 1-2-3 in the 3rd. Birmingham Southern only got to send 3 to the plate as well in their chance. In inning number 3, catch without an official at bat. He drew a walk his first time up. You see the race for the foul ball up the third base side. We have to return all baseballs, so sorry, that's coming back. We're going to need that. It's the 0-1. Set back up the third baseline. Chance to get another foul ball now. Pitcher's count 0-2. After catch, we'll see McCarthy, then Petrosino. And Petrosino, the last man to reach against Livingston. All told, 6 in a row set down by the righty, making his 5th start, 10th appearance of the season. And you look at some of the pitching performances this weekend that Birmingham Southern has gotten, and it is special. And when you have such a good offense, there's only so much you need your pitching staff to do. You'd love to be awesome at both, for sure. But you go back to the 10-2 win against Earlham. Joey White, a little bumpy when it comes to the command. First 3 innings, but smooth sailing in innings 4 through 6. And then bullpen, namely Connor Adams, 2 innings of work, closes it down back on Friday. Some loud contact here, though, for Dylan Ketch against Livingston, and that brings a close to that streak of 6 in a row retired by Livingston, and it's leadoff double for Dylan Ketch. Now, the 3rd leadoff man to reach through 4 opportunities. Each of the first 2 examples, though, were left on the base paths. Grover back in the 1st, and then Petrosino in the 2nd. Finish my point, though, seeing the praises of the pitching staff for Birmingham Southern. Then yesterday against Lynchburg, you got a quality 4-inning start for Carter Tyus. But he was the man who got the win. Instead, that was Preston Jenkins, who his longest outing was 3 innings back in the middle of February. Everything else had pretty much been an inning or 2 at a time. He goes 5 innings, giving up just 3 hits, 5 strikeouts, no walks. Against the Lynchburg offense, that includes the ODAC Player of the Year, a team average right around 300, top half of the league in doubles, home runs, first in runs per game, myriad of other categories you can throw out in the favor of the Hornets as McCarthy lofts one up the right field line in foul territory. Stedman a couple steps away from being able to make the grab. Count now 1-2. But yet another example of great pitching this weekend for Birmingham Southern. Oliver Livingston having to work through a little bit of a jam here in the top of the fourth. Runner on in scoring position, but a chance to get out number one. And a pitcher's count against McCarthy, who's 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. Fleming wants it high. It's letter high. Deep to left, back to the track. The catch is made by Will Lantis. Called a warning shots of sorts for McCarthy against Livingston. Leave that pitch down the heart of the plate in that spot. And I'm not sure Bank of James Stadium is going to hold it. But this time it does. McCarthy down for out number one, and that's a strong start in response to the double for Livingston. We're going to get through the inning unscathed. One-on-one down for Petrosino, who's 1 for 1 with that single we talked about as leadoff man in the second. First pitch swinging. Lines one to center. McNearney over to make the grab. Catch won't try to tag to third. One pitch, all that's needed for out number two. So it'll take a 2-out base knock from Kyle Platt. Or some help from Birmingham Southern defense that been really sound this weekend, but also all season long. 95.7% fielding percentage. Platt also trying to jump on the first pitch. Sends this one foul. Second baseman 0 for 1 with a fly out to right. Oh, 1. Coats the outside corner. Count now 0-2. Platt will have to battle. He does just that. Sends the 0-2 into left center field. Scoring is Dylan Ketch. Welcome to the scoring column, Salve Regina. It's now 3-1. I think a pitch that Livingston had Ketch a little too much of the plate. Platt, after going 0 for 4 against Lynchburg, has his first hit of the day, and it drives home a run and puts the Seahawks on the board. And the deficit now down to 2. After you get your first zero next to the Birmingham Southern line in the bottom of the third, some momentum starting to mount for Salve Regina. Matt D'Amato looking to continue that trend and gather his first hit of the day. Shows bunt, pulls back, the throw to first, not in time to catch Platt. Platt over at first, just one stolen base attempt this season. He was not caught, so 100% on stolen base attempts this year. And he holds a sizable lead off from first. Livingston misses high and outside. Two 2-1. Missed in the same spot. 3 balls, 1 strike for D'Amato. Second team all CCC honoree. Watches the 3-1. Just off the outside corner. It's a 5-pitch walk, and now Oliver Livingston running into some issues. Second free pass issued by Livingston, and promptly will lead to a trip to the mound for pitching coach Jacob Stockman, trying to settle down Livingston. The walk also allows Platt to move up into scoring position, and now you're talking about a situation with Jared Benyers coming to the plate. He flew out to right his first time up, but Benyers represents the go-ahead run. He talked about for Salve Regina, as much as this game is going to be about limiting the offensive production and how much damage the Panthers can do on that side, it's going to come down to their offense putting up 10 or so in this game. It's going to take that type of run production. So, yes, there's 2 outs in the inning. You already got to run across 2 more runners on the base paths. This is the 9-hole hitter, Benyers. Can you get 1 more runner to reach? Can you get a hit here, drive home another run, and then get the top of the lineup back to the plate, continue a 2-out rally? If so, the Seahawks are certainly alive. And 2-out hitting is something that Coach Weisberg and Birmingham Southern has harped on through the first 2 days, getting to talk to them after their wins. Something they feel comfortable doing. And if they're comfortable doing it, Salve Regina is going to have to match. First pitch nicked in and out of the glove of Fleming. Again, Benyer's 0 for 1. Fly out to right field his first time up. '37th game played this year for the senior outfielder. .288 average coming into this contest. And so far this weekend, a hit in each of the first 2 games. Benyers sends this one foul right around home plate. Count now at 0-2. It was a 1 for 3 stat line against Earlham with an RBI as well for Benyers, then 1 for 4 earlier against Lynchburg. 0-2, Livingston misses outside. Throw to first, close, but not in time to catch D'Amato. And even the result of the play may not carry too much of this, but that 0-2 pitch off the outside corner, I think you can see Livingston learning on the fly from his mistake against Platt. Wasn't going to give him anything too good to hit. 1-2, slider, trying to pull the string on Benyers. Good take from the center fielder. Count evened up at 2-all. Twos across the scoreboard. Livingston gets a chopper to short. Picked up by Grenier. The short toss to second. 6-4. Fielder's choice. Good for out number 3. Runner left on for Salve Regina, but a run tacked on the board as well. 3-1 your score as we step aside, come back. Bottom of the 4th inning. You're watching Birmingham Southern and Salve Regina in the championship game of our Lynchburg Regional in the NCAA tournament.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Alfredo Grenier, Brian Williams, and Will Lantis come to the plate. Bottom of the 4th inning. This game coming to you on LHSN, and it's TJ Wingard here with you. I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in, spending some time with us on your Sunday afternoon. Second game we have this afternoon, and if Salve Regina can make the comeback, currently trailing by 2, that will force the, if necessary, Game 7 to our Lynchburg Regional, being played tomorrow afternoon at Liberty University, so it'll be a different venue. A game tentatively right now scheduled for 12 o'clock. If needed, we'll find that out here in the next 5.5 innings of baseball. Grenier will lead things off. Nick Santo stays on the mound, hits on the outside corner. Grenier 0 for 1, popped out to third, his first at-bat. Just saw the shortstop make the final out. In tandem with his middle infield partner, Andrew Dunton, bring a close to the 4th inning. Sent towards the first base dugout, just enough real estate for Tyler Canoe to range over and make the grab. Grenier down for out number 1. Second infield pop out today for Grenier. He'll look, make some more solid contact next time we get to see him. Williams back to the plate, walked, came around to score as the leadoff man of the second. In a lot of ways, engineered that run by himself. Of course, it's a team sport. It takes moving parts to allow Williams to come across, but a walk, moves up to second on a pop out in foul territory. Catch made by the catcher. Williams lines one to right. Over is Petrosino, and now Williams, with just one pitch, becomes out number 2. To finish that point, though, Williams then moved up to third on an E1 from Santo and then scored an RBI fielder's choice from Andrew Dunton, who now stands in the on-deck circle with Will Lantis looking to extend the 4th inning. Lantis, as noted, 0 for 1, popped out in foul territory. It's a stellar play made by Dylan Ketch. Down to a shin guard, sliding grab. And that was good for the first out in the bottom of the 2nd. Santo misses high and away. Lantis has got hits in 4 straight, looking to make it 5 in a row with a base knock this afternoon. Two for 8 so far in the regional. 2-0 comes his way. Hits it on the ground left side, and Lantis will extend that hit streak up to 5 games with a 2-out single to left. That'll turn the lineup card over for a second time. Andrew Dunton singled in the RBI fielder's choice his last time up. This is a Birmingham Southern team that's gotten really comfortable with hitting with 2 outs. Talking to Coach Weisberg after the win yesterday, 10-2 over Lynchburg. Last 3 reps in batting practice were all geared towards 2-out RBI opportunities. Doesn't look like we'll see one here. Shallow right field. Petrosino charging in, holds on, and makes the catch for out number 3. Lantis, the 2-out base knock, goes by the wayside. He's stranded at first. Back-to-back innings where Nicholas Santo puts a 0 next to the Birmingham Southern line. We're on top of the 5th inning. 3-1, your score. Birmingham Southern out in front. Salve Regina.
College has given me the flexibility to pursue my passions and my interests, and I've recreated my identity for myself aside from just being an athlete.
My greatest personal discovery has been that I am capable of doing things that I didn't know I was capable of doing.
To be able to study what I wanted to and continue to play the sport I love, all of those things came together very nicely in one package in Division III.
Look what you're missing!
Top of the lineup card coming to the plate for Salve Regina. Brandon Glover will lead things off. Grover, then Dustin Cicada and Tyler Canoe with any reaching. That would bring up Dylan Ketch thereafter. Oliver Livingston stays on the mound, gets a ground ball with the first pitch he tosses. Grover set down 3 unassisted for out number 1. Grover now 1 for 3 today. Dustin Cicada looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 2. Pop out to short and a fly out to center. Additionally, Cicada coming off a really strong performance in the win against Lynchburg, looking to get his bat back to where it was earlier today. 2 for 3, RBI and a run scored for Cicada against the Hornets. Fastball just left off the outside corner. .321 average entering the contest. This becomes 43rd game played this season by Cicada. 10 extra base hits. Also has 14 stolen bases and 16 attempts. Off to the left. Roaming back, Lantis will make the grab for out number 2. And after seeing 3 runs for the first 2 chances for the Birmingham Southern offense, they've gone quiet the last 2 chances at the plate. Birmingham Southern, though, looking to be able to match the effort and start the 5th with a 0 next to the Salve Regina line after issuing a run. Last inning, RBI single from Kyle Platt. scored Dylan Ketch, who stands in the on-deck circle now. Canoe's gone 0 for 2. Makes some loud contact. Deep drive to center. Back to the wall. Unable to make the grab as McNearney. Bacon James will hold it in the yard, but it's a 2-out double for Tyler Canoe to extend the top of the 5th inning. First hit of the day for the first baseman. And it puts a runner on in scoring position for Dylan Ketch, who has reached both times he's come to the plate. It was a walk in the first, then a double, and a run scored in the 4th. Let's see how close this got to leaving the yard. McNearney got pretty close to being able to make that grab. And, of course, the wind blowing out towards center field. You'll see it straight on in this shot. And you wonder how much that gave that double a little bit more loft to get past the glove of McNearney. Now Livingston will have to navigate through troubled waters. Catch is swinging a good bat. Catcher and outfielder hitting .353 before this game got underway. And so far this weekend, 2 multi-hit games, hits in each of the 3 games played this regional. 1-0, hit hard to third. Picked up on a hop by Best, and he will take it to the bag himself. Canoe, loud contact with a 2-out double. Goes by the wayside. He's left on at second. Minimum +1 for Oliver Livingston and a 0 put next to the Salve Regina line. We're halfway through, 3-1. Your score as the Panthers lead the Seahawks on LHSN.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well, but it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Diving in college taught me to strive and be the best athlete I can be, but also the best student I can be. My coaches always made sure that the student comes first, because not everyone's going to become a professional athlete. So they make sure that we will do great in academics. I knew that would only open the door to my future, and I'm really excited to start my dream program for physical therapy.
Number 32, Kyle Hornsby. Inside the 30, touchdown. Michaela Burgess.
An incredible finish by Hall.
The NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org.
Cole Stedman, Noah Best, and Ian Hancock coming to the plate for Birmingham Southern. The Panthers held off the scoreboard each of the last 2 opportunities they've had at the plate. And that's in part to Nicholas Santo. Faced the minimum in the 3rd, minimum +1, then in the 4th. He has been able to settle down after 3 runs came across for Birmingham Southern in the first 2 innings. The first 2 runs were charged to the starter, Eddie Hardiman. Then Santo surrendered a run in the 2nd with 0 cents. First pitch to Stedman. Misses high. 1 for 2 so far today for the right fielder. It was an RBI double back in the 1st. He then came around to score with a RBI single from Noah Best. Breaking ball. Hit hard on the ground, but foul. First base side. And if I'm doing this correctly, looking at a bracket, it can be confusing. But with a win, Birmingham Southern moves on to the Super Regional stage, and they would take on either Trinity of Texas or Texas Dallas. So that's what's potentially on the line today for Birmingham Southern. Looking to close it out, make it a 3-0 trip to Lynchburg and punch their ticket to the Super Regionals. 1-1. Evades the bat of Stedman. It's now 1-2 all while. So that's a couple times already. Apologize for having to repeat it one more time. Salve Regina looking to force the if-needed game. That would be played tomorrow afternoon over at Liberty University. Elevated fastball. Stedman lays off. Count even up 2-2. Backdoor breaking ball left off the outside corner. Now full count. Payoff pitch on its way. And Santo leaves another slider well off the outside corner. Leadoff walk for Stedman. Third time today that we've seen the leadoff man reach for Birmingham Southern. The last time it happened was Nicholas Santo issuing a leadoff walk to Brian Williams. Williams came around to score, and Birmingham Southern is hoping history can repeat itself there. And maybe then some more, as Noah Best is 1 for 2. RBI single and a strikeout to make up his day so far. Trying to show bunt. Peel up the first base line, and they'll confirm that Best did hold it out. So it's an 0-1 count for the first baseman. Santo misses downstairs. Count even up 1-all. Best 7 for 11 so far this weekend. Soft throw to first. Back with a slide to Stedman. Catch sets up low and outside. 1-1, waved that and missed. Santo looking for his second strikeout of the afternoon. The first came against Best. First time these two went toe-to-toe. One, two, freezes Best. He knew it right away. Slider, good for strike 3. Best now down on strikes for the second consecutive time. Once swinging and once looking. 1 on, 1 down for Ian Hancock. 0 for 2. Reached on an error and then flew out to left field. Junior from Roswell, Georgia. Had his hit streak come to a close yesterday. 0 for 4 against Lynchburg. Before that, had a 6-game hit streak put together. 2 separate 3-hit games. One against Millsaps, one against Hendricks, of course, dating back in the conference tournament. Backdoor slider, high and outside. Hitters count 2-0. As we noted when Santo entered the game, he's gone as long as 5 innings. In an appearance that came in against the start against Clark University, so he's certainly capable of going deeper into this contest. And currently no activity for Salve Regina. This looks to be Santo's game to have, at least until get to the 6th and 7th, and then an inning or 2 time. And potentially if he runs into trouble here, I'm sure you'll start to see some activity ramp up in the pen. Two-1, just off the outside corner. Santo trying to live with that backdoor slider. Won't get the call here. Now in a precarious spot against a dangerous hitter in Hancock. Same pitch. This time gets the call. 3-2 now. Coach Cirillo, the rest of the coaching staff for Salve Regina. Watching on as Santo looks for out number 2. First, throw over to first to keep Stedman honest. Right fielder with 14 swipe bags this year on 16 attempts. Runner takes off the 3-2 off the outside corner, so it won't matter. Second walk of the inning, third overall, given up by Santo. Two runners on, both reaching via base on balls, and just one away. Jack Fleming was hit by a pitch his last plate appearance, then caught stealing, trying to move up to second on a pitch down in the dirt. Really nice pick from Dylan Ketch and a strong throw to second. Took Fleming off the base paths, but a chance here for the catcher to pick up his first hit. Leg kick, turn towards second, keeping an eye on Stedman, who has good speed, so a hit to the outfield to finish off this point should bring home Stedman. And in the scoring drought, if you want to call it that, for Birmingham Southern, most normal offenses are accustomed to seeing back-to-back zeros. Birmingham Southern, I'm starting to think that is certainly the exception rather than the rule. Consecutive 10-2 wins to get the Panthers into this championship series against Salve Regina, who opened up the weekend with a loss to Lynchburg back on Friday, 7-4 final. 7-3 final, I beg your pardon. Then responded with a win the next day against Earlham in comeback fashion to keep their season alive. You know, in that game for Salve Regina, you get to the 7th, and after a controversial play at second, about 2/3 of the way through, it starts to feel like this might be it for the Seahawks, but unbelievable determination, grit, and composure all at the same time put on display by Salve Regina in that game, but this whole entire weekend. The win against Earlham opens the door for the Seahawks to play again what was supposed to be played last night against Lynchburg, but rain in the air, thunderstorms, move that to our first game this afternoon, starting at 11 o'clock, and it was a win for Salve Regina over Lynchburg. That puts the Seahawks in a bout against the Panthers. 0-2, hung over the heart of the plate and hit hard out towards right field to go off the wall. Extra bases for Fleming. One run is scored. Hancock gets the breaks at third, so it's an RBI double for Jack Fleming. It also allows Hancock to move up to third. He's 90 feet away from scoring himself, but it's now 4-1. Panthers in front of the Seahawks. First hit and RBI of the contest for Jack Fleming. But on the season, double number 13, RBI number 55. For the catcher, he's on in scoring position just behind Ian Hancock. And one swing of the bat, Cam McNearney to drive home 2 more runs. McNearney hit into a fielder's choice, then popped out to second. But now gets his second look against Santo. Front door slider, clips the inside corner. McNearney at the plate, Grenier is on deck. In the hole is Brian Williams, and he was the first to see Santo. Once Williams gets to the plate, it'd be the third time those two have been juxtaposed to one another. The third time against a lineup card, that's when it gets questionable for starting pitching, let alone relief arms. Still no activity for Salve Regina in the bullpen, though, but McNearney and then Grenier ahead of a third time against this Birmingham Southern offense. They start to see an arm get loose and get loose quickly at that. The 1-1. Rolled to short. Backhanded by Cicada. One play to be made. It's at first. A throw just in time. McNearney down for out number 2, but it's an RBI 6-3 ground out. Ian Hancock scores on the play, and it's now 5-1 Birmingham Southern. And that's another part of what makes this offense so hard to control, is not only do they have a lot of power, they have 72 home runs on the season. They have 90-plus doubles. This team hits for extra bases, and they hit the ball hard across the yard. But also when the situation calls for it, they're clinical, like we talked about. Their final 3 reps in batting practice all come with the hypothetical in mind of 2 outs, RBI opportunity. What can I do? And you even see it on display there. RBI 6-3 ground out. Get the job done. And then yesterday against Lynchburg, Coach Weisberg even noted, not a team that's used a whole lot of small ball, but the emphasis was there to where if we can play small ball, and sure, we'll sacrifice the out if it enables us and increases the odds that we have to at least get 1 run on the board. We want to be consistently putting at least 1 run on the board and keep the pressure on Lynchburg to keep up. And you see some of that on that RBI ground out, and about 5 runs to your first 5 chances at the plate. I'd say that's pretty darn good. Breaking ball, deemed a miss. It's now 3-0 for Grenier. And those 5 runs come through 3 different innings with runs on the board. 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 so far here in the 5th. The opportunity is still ajar. Santo finds the inside corner. Grenier didn't like the call, but good news for the shortstop. He's still in hitter's count, 3-1. Seahawks defense plays straight away, looking for out number 3. 3-1, lined up the middle into center field. 2 out, RBI. Stop me if you've heard it before, talking about Birmingham Southern. Grenier plates Fleming, and it's now 6-3 Panthers in front of the Seahawks. Three runs across in the bottom of the 5th inning, and Brian Williams, the next man up, 0 for 1. Has also drawn a walk and come around to score. Including this afternoon, 4 for 9 so far this regional for Williams. A triple in each of the first 2 games. How often do you say that? And 3 RBIs as well. Williams tries to get the bunt down. Trying to steal 90 as Will McCarthy over at third was playing well behind the bag. But now an 0-2 count. If the bunt's not off the table, it certainly becomes complicated if it is. And looking over at first, Grenier 0 for 1 on stolen base attempts. This season's not an overly large lead as he's held on by Canoe. 0-2. Williams gets just enough of it. Let's see another pitch. Santo looking for strikeout number 3 or just out number 3 in general and get his offense back to the plate. It'll be 5-6-7. Stepping into the box once we get to the top of the 6th inning. Williams, though, keeps the hit parade alive. Base knock number 7 for Birmingham Southern as an offense. First of the day for Williams. Moves Grenier up to second. And Will Lantis gets his 3rd chance to swing it. It's a pop out to the catcher in foul territory, then a single in the 4th so far for Lantis. And he represents the 8th hitter of the inning for Birmingham Southern. And now some activity in the Salve Regina bullpen. Talked about earlier this inning, Williams becomes the first player to see Santo for a 3rd time. It pays dividends. He gets a base hit. Now Lantis looking to do the same at the plate for the 2nd time in as many innings. Glance to second. Santo drops in a breaking ball. Makes the count 0-2. Dylan Ketch sets up on the outside corner. 0-2, just below the knees. Well, Lantis trails on the count, but if you were to reach, Andrew Dunton is on deck. And he would represent the 9th hitter of the inning for Birmingham Southern. Fastball down in the dirt. Blocked up by catch. Runners forced to hold. So Santo jumps out in front 0-2. Couple of quote-unquote waste pitches. The count now even. Slider sent down the left field line and fair. It's going to roll to the wall. Grenier scores. Williams rounds third. Won't be a throw to the plate. 2 out, 2 RBI double makes it 8-1 Birmingham Southern. Lantis on his 3rd look against Santo comes out big. Makes it the 3rd consecutive hit issued by the reliever. And now a pitching change will be made by the Seahawks. We'll step aside and come back and tell you about the new arm for Salve Regina. 8-1. Now the lead for the Panthers over the Seahawks. You're watching this contest on LHSN.
When you come to the University of Lynchburg to earn a master's degree in athletic training, you'll spend time in the classroom, but you'll also spend a lot of time in our top-notch facilities learning from athletic trainers and working closely with our student athletes. In the Graduate Cadaver Lab, you'll learn about the human body in the best way possible, by actually studying the human body. This will provide a foundation to make you a much better athletic trainer. In the athletic training laboratory, you'll get hands-on experience, practicing your skills, applying concepts from the classroom, and working with faculty on research projects. It's also where our hydrotherapy facilities are. This space is also used by students for studying and practicing skills outside of class time. In the Sports Medicine Clinic and Turner Gymnasium, you'll work with student athletes from more than 20 NCAA Division III sports teams, helping get them back to practice and into the game as soon as possible. As an athletic training student, you're a big part of the success of our sports teams and the success of the local athletic teams. We see this relationship as a win-win situation. You learn, and that helps us win.
Will Tierney answers the call from the bullpen for head coach Eric Sorella. Looking for the final out to the bottom of the 5th inning. 5 runs across already for the Panthers, pushing the lead up to 8-1. And Tierney will take on Andrew Dunton to start his afternoon, left on left, with a runner on at 2nd in the form of Will Lantis, fresh off his 2 RBI double, 2nd hit of the afternoon. First 2 RBIs of the contest for Lantis, and his ribby total now up to 33 on the season. This becomes the 6th appearance of the season for Tierney, 5th out of the bullpen. 0-1 record through 4 2/3 innings pitched. 11.57 strikeouts per 9. And the ERA at 15.43. But Coach Sorella calling on the freshman reliever in a big spot. One well off the outside corner. 2 balls and a strike to Andrew Dunton, 9th hitter of the inning. And Dunton gone 1 for 3 so far as the RBI fielder's choice. Singled in the first, came around to score that inning as well. Breaking ball, hit in the air and out of play. 2-2 the count now. Most recent appearance for Tierney was 2 innings scoreless against Nichols with 1 strikeout, no walks. Also had a scoreless inning against Clark University at the beginning of the month of May. 2 strikeouts, no walks. So a couple of nice appearances to end the season. Tierney looking to continue that in the NCAA tournament. Sent it back up the middle and past the outstretched glove of Kyle Platt into center field. 4th straight hit for Birmingham Southern, all coming with 2 outs. Here it's an RBI base knock for Andrew Dunton. It'll score Will Lantis. And the score now 9-1 Panthers over the Seahawks. And Birmingham Southern, no matter how you slice it, is now successfully batted around. Cole Stedman began the frame, drawing a walk. Came around to score the first of 6 runs. Scored this inning. Time called at the plate. Nothing major as those storm clouds have made their way past Bank of James and nothing but blue skies and partly cloudy now. Got away from catch for a moment, then a throw up to second, and Stedman will have to wait. Get the opportunity to swing it against Tierney. Dunton caught stealing. That's good for out number 3, but 9 step to the plate. 6 come across, and it's now a 9-1 score as we head to the top of the 6th inning. Middle of the lineup card coming to the plate for Salve Regina.
To them, the whole world looks like an opportunity, one to be seized, built upon, and made better for their sport and the people around it. To student athletes, every opportunity is a chance to change what could be and show the world what opportunity can do.
Is it pronounced Earlham?
It's Earlham, and it's a place for
amateur farmers,
athletes,
artists,
barefooters,
world changers,
do-gooders.
It's a place for you.
And it'll change your life for good.
Called the bullpen for Birmingham Southern. Out comes the freshman sensation Connor Adams at his 1.91 ERA. This becomes his 19th appearance of the season. 4-1 record. His afternoon starts with a pitch cued off the end of the bat and foul from Will McCarthy will lead things off. Rest of the numbers for Adams. Opponents hitting .220 against, 40 strikeouts to 14 walks, and just 6 extra base hits surrendered this year by the, call it sidearm-ish, 45-degree angle, really. 2-seam and slider in his arsenal for Adams. Adams now leads the count 1-2. The line is final for Oliver Livingston. He's in line for the win. 5 innings, gave up 5 hits, 1 earned run, 2 walks, no strikeouts though for Livingston, but minimized the damage, gave up that 1 run in the 4th, but your offense has scored 9 runs midway through. Still certainly in a good spot. Lofted over the head of Dunton and into right field. Leadoff base knock for Will McCarthy. 4th time in 6 chances the leadoff man's been on for Salve Regina. They finally struck through and brought around that leadoff man who reached Dylan Ketch with a double in the 4th. Came around to score on a 2-out RBI single from Kyle Platt. Speaking of 2-out RBIs, saw a whole lot of it. 4 of the 6 runs in the 5th come around with 2 down in the inning. And it was RBIs from Jack Fleming, Cam McNearney, Alfredo Grenier, 2 RBI double from Will Lantis, then the final run brought around by Andrew Dunton. Tyler Petrosino back to the plate. First time he'll see Adams. Petrosino 1 for 2 today. The hit came his first time up back in inning number 2. Two-seamer, slap back up the middle. Picked up by Dunton. The toss to Grenier, then the relay to first. The throw to first, not in time, but 4-6, fielder's choice. Good for out number 1. It'll take McCarthy off the base paths and put Petrosino on in his place over at first. So the situation's still the same. Runner on at first, but now with 1 away. And Kyle Platt back to the plate. Talked about his RBI singles last time up. 1 for 2 all in all for the second baseman. Two-seamer. Hits on the outside corner to make it 0-1. And for Adams, primarily fastball, and then you'll have that slider breaking in the opposite direction as you see some of the Panthers fans in attendance have to be happy with what they've seen so far. Squibbed foul up the first base line. That moves the count to 0-2. And it's the second time this regional we've seen Connor Adams take the mound for Birmingham Southern. He pitched against Earlham back on Friday. Pitched 2 scoreless innings, 2 strikeouts, and no walks. And he followed up fellow freshman Joey White and a pair of first-year players. Carried the Panthers through 8 of the 9 innings they needed. Ultimately, it was a 10-2 win. Birmingham Southern followed it up with another 10-2 win against Lynchburg. Currently lead 9-1 over Salve Regina. Toss to first, back with the slide is Petrosino. Sophomore outfielder has 11 stolen bases on his 14 attempts this year. Takes another step off from first. 2-2 on its way. Platt makes enough contact, lives to see another pitch. Two-two. Punt past Platt. He goes down as the first strikeout victim at the hand of Connor Adams. And furthermore becomes out number 2. And now players are going to be leaving the field. An athletic trainer for the University of Lynchburg, Dane Bauer, comes out, shows something on his phone. And players now leaving the field. You can assume that has to do something with storms in the area. So we're going to a weather delay. Top of the 6th inning with 2 down. The next man up is scheduled to be Matt D'Amato against Connor Adams. We'll see if Adams comes back on the mound when we return. There's a look at some of the ominous weather on the horizon in the Hill City. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. We'll continue to update you as we get the updates ourselves. 9-1 your score. Birmingham Southern currently out in front of Salve Regina.
Get your career in the game by enrolling in the University of Lynchburg MBA program with an emphasis in sport management. This program opens the doors to new possibilities for a variety of careers, from being an athletic director or working in athletic administration to working for professional organizations, your favorite team, to running a local Parks and Rec department. And employers are increasingly requesting and preferring individuals who have postgraduate education, specifically looking for an MBA. And so the University of Lynchburg Sport Management concentration in the MBA program sets you up for success, and it sets you apart from the many other people looking for jobs in the industry. Learn from winners. Here you will learn from professors and mentors who have spent their careers doing exactly what you want to do. Increase your marketability in an $83 billion industry. If you have a 3.0 GPA, the GMAT is waived. There's no application fee, admissions occurs on a rolling basis, and our online program is ideal for working adults. When you enroll in this program, you enroll in the opportunity to learn from the best of the best. Your professors have a wealth of experience working in the sport industry that they share with you in the classroom setting. Get in the game by getting your MBA with a sport management concentration at the University of Lynchburg. Just you now, Hollywood, here I come. Hey, I meant, yeah.
The real Lindsay Piper's here.
Autographs are later. Let's.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Hardiman.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
Welcome back to Baker James Stadium, everybody. Baseball will continue this evening. After a very long rain delay, baseball is set and ready to get back underway. Connor Adams stays out on the mound looking for one final out. Bring it close to the top half of the sixth inning. He'll go toe-to-toe with Matt D'Amato. Takes the first pitch off the outside corner. 1-0 count to start. Reset just in case maybe you missed a little bit right before we went to the weather delay, or maybe you're new, joining the broadcast, or it's been too long and you don't remember. We're coming off a 6-run bottom of the fifth put together by the Birmingham Southern offense, with 4 of those 6 runs coming with 2 outs, and that put the Panthers in a really good spot, not only in the scoreboard, but also in the momentum department. Felt like Birmingham Southern was certainly putting themselves in the driver's seat, and it made the lead grow to 8. D'Amato takes a strike, and the count to 1-1. And then here in the top of the sixth, it was a leadoff single from Will McCarthy. He was then taken off the base pass after Tyler Petrosino hit into a 4-6 fielder's choice. He's the runner over at first. Kyle Platt was the final out before he went to the weather delay, and he went down on strikes. So, 2-2 count. D'Amato looking for his first hit of the day. 0 for 1, did draw a walk his last plate appearance. Second appearance of the regional for Connor Adams. Platt takes off, single back up the middle, and through to center field. Make that Petrosino, who was in motion. He moves all the way up to third after the single from Matt D'Amato. Prolongs the top of the sixth inning. It'll be interesting to see how long Connor Adams stays out on the mound for Birmingham Southern. As noted, pitched earlier this regional. He tossed 2 innings in relief for Joey White on Friday in the 10-2 win against Earlham, and looks really impressive on the mound. A couple strikeouts, no walks, no earned runs. Jared Benyer is the next man to the plate. Watches the first pitch, hit on the outside corner. Benyer's gone 0 for 2, fly out to right, hit into a fielder's choice. But with 2 away this inning, it feels like a good spot for Salve Regina to reclaim some of that momentum. They are down to potentially their final 10 outs of the season. If Birmingham Southern wins, they're headed to the Super Regionals. And if I'm doing this right, they'll take on Trinity in Texas or Dallas Baptist. Meanwhile, Salve Regina, if they're able to make the comeback, it would force an if-needed game tomorrow afternoon over at Liberty University. 1-1. High and away, in and out of the glove of Fleming. No play at the plate, scoring on the wild pitch is Petrosino. It's now 9-2. Of course, coming out of the weather delay and retaking the mound, not something you see pitchers do often, but the control coming out of the delay, a little more sporadic from Adams compared to what we saw before the delay. And a little miscue there from Fleming as well. Moving up to second is D'Amato. 2-1, off the outside corner, 3 balls and a strike. So with 1 run already across, second time in 3 innings that Salve Regina is able to hit the scoring column. And to keep up with this Birmingham Southern offense, though, it'll take more than 1 run a frame. Especially when it's a 7-run deficit. So looking for more here with 2 away. Benyers with a full count, looking to battle against Adams. Payoff pitch. Runner in motion. Pitch misses inside. Throw to third. Williams not covering the bag. And it's actually a called strike 3. Apologies for my mistake. Looked like a pitch too far inside. Instead, Benyers down via the backwards K. Second strikeout for Connor Adams. And up the third baseline. Coach Sorella not happy with the call, but we're through 5.5. Stepping aside, coming back. Home half the 6th. 9-2 Birmingham Southern out in front of Salve Regina. New pitcher on the mound for Salve Regina as we head to the bottom of the sixth inning. It's Zach Lopez answering the call from the bullpen. And he comes on in relief for Will Tierney. Toss 1/3 of an inning, give up 1 hit. No earned runs, no walks, no strikeouts. And he got that final out by virtue of Andrew Dunton being caught stealing for out number 3 to end inning number 5. So the second time in as many innings. It's been a long duration between, but Cole Stedman once again the leadoff man, just he was in the 5th. And it'll be Noah Best and Ian Hancock trying their luck against Zach Lopez, working exclusively from the stretch. First pitch, high and outside. Numbers for Lopez, this becomes his 7th appearance of his senior season, 8 innings thrown. ERA sits at 3.38, 7 strikeouts to 5 walks this year. 1-0. We'll say he doesn't come out right. That moves the count to 2-0. Lopez, the native to Connecticut. Last time he took the mound was an inning against Endicott on May 13th. No runs surrendered. Did issue a walk, no strikeouts. And then before that, 2/3 of an inning, another game against Endicott back on May 6th. 1 walk issued there, no strikeouts as well. And then it was a long break between that outing and the one before it against TCNJ on March 17th. Through 2 frames in that relief appearance. As Stedman lofts one to left. Underneath it is D'Amato, and left fielder holds on, makes the catch, and there's 1 away. So runs put on the board in 3 of the 5 chances at the plate today for Birmingham Southern, a team that comes in mind with the goal of 10 runs per contest, and they're currently a run short of that. Noah Best, 1 for 3 today, had an RBI single back in the first, and set down on strikes each of the next 2 times up. Down swinging in the second, retired looking in the 5th. I do want to give an update to that final out in the top half of this inning. It's called batter's interference against Jared Benyers, which makes a lot more sense considering that pitch did look like it was pretty far off the inside corner. So it's 2 unassisted officially. Benyers retired the final out top half of this inning. As a chopper to third, Best retired for the 3rd time today. McCarthy makes the throw across the infield to complete the 5-3. And that brings Ian Hancock back to the box. 0 for 2 today. Drew a walk, came around to score when we saw him in the 5th. He was the 2nd of those 6 runs in the final to score when there weren't 2 outs on the scoreboard. The Seahawks defense playing to the pull side of Hancock. First pitch swinging. Grounder to Canoe at first, who picks it up and takes to the bag himself. 1 pitch, all that's needed to complete a 1-2-3. First inning of action for Zach Lopez, and it keeps the score at 9-2 as we step aside, come back. Top of the 7th, Seahawks will have the top of the lineup cards step into the plate.
I just wanted to get good grades and to do well, but it also made me realize that I have a lot of career goals.
You're there to get a full college experience, not only participate in your sport, but participate in things outside of that, and it's all about growing as a person.
My coaches have helped me with figuring out who I really am. Their lives are dedicated for us to succeed.
Diving in college taught me to strive and be the best athlete I can be, but also the best student I can be. My coaches always made sure that the student comes first, because not everyone's gonna become a professional athlete. So they make sure that we will do great in academic. I knew that would only open the door to my future, and I'm really excited to start my dream program for physical therapy.
Seventh inning of baseball in our championship series. First of 2 potential games. The Birmingham Southern wins. We won't need the if needed game The Panthers will be crowned the Lynchburg Regional Champions and head on to the Super Regional stage in the NCAA tournament. Meanwhile, Salve Regina, down by 7, have some work to do in front of them, but if they make the comeback, they'll force the if-needed game, which will be played tomorrow afternoon over at Liberty University. Those are the stakes. That's what's on the line. First pitch of inning number 7. In for a strike. Connor Adams retakes the mound. Gave up a single to D'Amato. Then batter's interference got him the final out to last inning. Here it's a line drive to right. A step back from Stedman. And Grover down for out number 1. Brandon Grover has been swinging a hot bat, but 1 for 4 here. Game 1 of the championship series. Dustin Cicada, the next man up, and he's looking for his first hit of the game. 0 for 3. Popped out to short, flown out to center and left. Fastball in for a strike, starts the count at 0-1. Salve Regina, even with Grover being sent down, has had some success starting the innings positively. About 4 for 7 in the leadoff spot so far today. 3 for 6 on the other side for Birmingham Southern. So both offenses have been able to jettison the offense pretty quickly into innings. Cicada lines 1 to third with a leap. Brian Williams, a man who can seemingly do no wrong, flashes the leather, and there's now 2 down. Bad bit of luck working against Cicada. He's now 0 for 4 despite making some loud contact. Here it is one more time. Baseball is unforgiving. In a lot of ways, that should have been a double down the left field line, but Williams, the eraser, takes it away. It'll be a 1-0 count for Tyler Canoe, who's gone 1 for 3. Had a double his last time up. There's a deep drive out towards center. The wind has calmed after the storms have departed from Lynchburg. But at the time of the double, had just enough loft to get past the glove of Cam McNearney out in center. 2-0 from Adams. Slider and a called strike 1. Adams looking to match the 1-2-3 effort we saw from Zach Lopez in the bottom half of last inning. Sent to short, backhanded by Grenier. Throw in time for out number 3, and it is indeed a 1-2-3 start to the 7th inning, tossed by Connor Adams. 9-2 your scores. We're through 6.5. We're stretching in Lynchburg. When we come back, middle part of the lineup card coming to the plate for the Panthers, who lead 9-2.
NCAA and its member schools offer nearly 500,000 college athletes a path to go pro in something other than sports. Learn more at ncaa.org.
Zach Lopez retakes the mound, looking to get through inning number 2. He'll take on Jack Fleming, Cam McNearney, then Alfredo Grenier, who made the final out. In the top half of the 7th, it was a 1-2-3-6 toss by Lopez. Help from his defense with a fly out to left and a pair of ground outs, 1 to third, 1 to first to bring a close to the half inning. And Lopez looking to get through inning number 2. This would mark his longest relief appearance since March 17th. 2 innings tossed with 1 earned surrender to TCNJ back on March 17th. We talked about that out a little earlier on, back in his first inning of work. Meanwhile, Birmingham Southern retired in order for the first time all day long. They're going to get back to their scoring ways, if you will, here in the 7th. Fleming watches the first pitch in for strike one. Fleming takes a pitch down in the dirt. Count evened up, 1-1. 1 for 2 afternoons so far for the Panthers. Catcher was an RBI double. And his last at-bat was also hit by a pitch earlier on. That was back in the third. Salve Regina playing to the pull side of the left-handed bat. 1-1 on its way. In between swing. Fleming goes around and trails the count 1-2. An elevated fastball from Lopez. Fleming will lay off. Count evened up once again. Scoreboard reads 2 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors, which loom large today for Salve Regina. Meanwhile, 9 runs, 9 hits, no fielding mishaps so far for Birmingham Southern, the number 3 team in the country, looking to advance to the Super Regionals. 2-2 downstairs. We'll have a full count. Payoff pitch on its way. Popped up. Shallow left field. Ranging in. Called for, and the catch made by Matt D'Amato. 4 in a row retired by the hand of Zach Lopez. He sees Cam McNearney for a first time now. McNearney had an RBI ground out his last at-bat, but all in all, 0 for 3. So still looking for his first hit of the contest. First pitch swinging and sending the fastball into the screen is McNearney, who, including the 0 for 3 showing so far, has gone 1 for 9 so far this regional. Has scored a run and also driven in one. That RBI came back on Friday against Earlham. And it's primarily been middle of the lineup card this weekend for McNearney. Friday as well as today's contest, hitting in the 6th spot yesterday against Lynchburg. Moved up into the 5-hole, but and Jack Fleming trade places once again. Fleming batting 5th. McNearney right behind him in the 6th spot. As we alluded to earlier on in the broadcast, 1 through 9. There's production to be had for Birmingham Southern. 0-2. Fastball misses up above the letters. There's a look at the Salve Regina dugout up the third base sign. That's a team that's battled a ton of adversity this weekend. Lose to Lynchburg back on Friday, and path to a regional championship then includes 4 consecutive wins if we can do it. It'll take 36 great innings of baseball, and give a ton of credit to Salve Regina. Comeback win yesterday to start the day against Earlham. That ended the season for the Quakers and allowed Salve Regina to survive and advance. They were supposed to play Lynchburg yesterday evening, instead played this morning at 11 o'clock. A win for Salve Regina put them in this title series clash with Birmingham Southern. The 2-2 sent into the net. Do it again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So a ton of credit to Coach Eric Cirillo. You see left side of those 3 coaches. And, of course, legend in a lot of ways. Former assistant coach and was the assistant coach under his father, Steve, who was donned the nickname Skip. So Skip gives way to Eric Cirillo. And Cirillo been the head coach since 2014 and enjoyed a plethora of success ever since. Salve Regina, this becomes 5th straight NCAA appearance. Excuse me, 3rd straight, 5th in the last 6 years. All that to say, this is a program that has accomplished a ton under the leadership of Eric Sorella, and I'll be surprised to see this team in a similar setting this time next year. Full count now for McNearney. Payoff pitch. Low and outside. McNearney draws the walk. 1 on, 1 down now for Alfredo Grenier. First base runner to reach, by the way, against Lopez. Doesn't look like there's any activity in the Salve Regina bullpen, but there is some for Birmingham Southern. We'll see if Connor Adams retakes the mound once we get to inning number 8. But first, Grenier picked up his first and only hit on the afternoon. Last time up in the 5th, it was an RBI single to make him 1 for 3. No stolen base attempts so far this afternoon and now this evening for Birmingham Southern. Despite the Panthers having 137 swipe bags this year on 149 attempts, it is certainly a part of their identity on top of top 10 national batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage. All in all, it basically says Birmingham Southern is really good at a lot of different things. Ergo, the 40-8 record coming into the contest. 18-3 in conference play in the SAA. 22-5 in non-conference play. Absurd the season that Coach Weisberg and company have put together. 1-1. Coach the outside corner for a called strike 2. We'll see here in pitcher's count. Could create a favorable running situation for McNearney, who himself 10 for 10 on stolen base attempts. See the lead off from first. Nothing to write home about, but nothing to ignore either. Toss over. Clearly Lopez thinking the same thing. Another throw over to first. And out of the glove of Canoe. It was close, but ball popping out of the glove. We'll make it certain. Lopez still without a strikeout despite strong relief appearance so far. Chance to pick up his first punch out of the afternoon. Catch sets up low and away. 1-2. Instead in on the hands and sent to center. Diving effort. Jared Benyers doesn't come up with it. Throw goes to third. In with the head first slide is McNearney. 1 out single for Alfredo Grenier. He's got a multi-hit afternoon and puts runners to the corners with just 1 down. So an RBI opportunity for Brian Williams. We saw make a fantastic defensive play in the top of the 7th, retiring Dustin Cicada on a line drive that felt like it was destined to make its way up the left field line. Williams was having none of it. Now he's got an RBI opportunity in front of him. 1 for 2 so far today. It was a single his last time up. He also drew a walk in the second, come around to score. Both times he's seen the base paths. Williams shows bunt. Can't get it up the first base line in fair territory. We've already seen the speed on display this afternoon with Williams tagging from first to second. Yes, that's weird to say, and it's going to get weirder. He tagged up, moved that 90 feet further up after Will Lantis, who's on deck, popped out to the catcher in foul territory. There's a stellar grab made by Dylan Catch, but the opportunity presented. Williams took full advantage, then moved from second to third on a throw that went into center field from second arm to be used today by Salve Regina, Nicholas Santo. Airmailed the throw, sent it to center. Williams moves up to third and then comes around to score on an RBI groundout from McNearney, who currently stands at third. rolled to short. Seahawks will look to turn 2. 6-4, the throw to first, not in time. It was close, but RBI 6-4, fielder's choice. Williams brings home McNearney, and it's now 10-2. Birmingham Southern and the Panthers have indeed hit their goal. In all 3 games this regional, 10 runs in all 3 games now. Take another look. Good piece of hitting. You don't have to get a base knock to score, and it's close up the first baseline, too. Worth another look in and of itself, but productive out for Williams. And this Birmingham Southern offense just continues to churn out production. That was their focus yesterday against Lynchburg. Ergo, why the team laid down 2 sacrifice bunts when normally don't play a whole lot of small ball, but they wanted to consistently apply pressure to Lynchburg, and they've been able to do the same thing today to Salve Regina. So Williams on at first. And the Panthers' third baseman, about 25 of 27 on stolen base attempts this year. 1-0 count to start for Lantis. He's 2 for 3. Lopez would love to set down Lantis. He's not your ordinary 9-hole hitter, but if you could set down Lantis for out number 3, then deal with the top of the lineup once you get to the 8th, that'd be a welcome sign. But instead, Williams will have stolen base attempt, or stolen base number 26 on attempt number 28. And time called as catcher Dylan Ketch is going to request a new glove. We had, an hour-long rain delay? Let's just add one more quirky element into the mix. Ketch not happy with his original mitt. He's got a new one and already back and ready to go. Ketch has really swung it well, but he's also stood out defensively, and you can see why. Commonwealth Coast Conference Defensive Player of the Year. He's put it on display this weekend. 2-0 count for Lantis, with Williams on at second. Letter high pitch. We'll get out of play. First base side. And Bank James Stadium has certainly emptied out, partially because Lynchburg being eliminated. There were a lot of hometown fans, relatives, friends, et cetera, on to support the Hornets. So when their season came to a close, you saw a fair amount of people departing, and then you have a long rain delay. Rain in and of itself, a lot of people leave the park. So numbers a little more scarce here towards the back half of Game 1, Lynchburg Regional Championship Series. Lantis behind on the 2-1 fastball. 2's across the scoreboard with number 2 at the plate. 2-2 count and 2 down. Lopez presented another opportunity to pick up his first strikeout. Freshman's impressed so far. Looking to hold the damage at 1 run across this inning. In on the hands to Lantis, who fights it off. Leg kick. Look to second for Lopez. The sun starts to set over Bank of James Stadium, home of the Lynchburg Hillcats, single A affiliate for the Cleveland Guardians. Shadows cascading from left to right. Make the job of those in the outfield a little more challenging. 2-2. Hit on the ground right side. Picked up by Platt. The throw to first in time for out number 3. But thanks to an RBI fielder's choice coming off the bat of Brian Williams, one more run tacked on to now an 8-run advantage for Birmingham Southern. They've reached double figures all 3 games this weekend. 10-2 your scores. We step aside and come back with the top of the 8th on LHSN.
To them, the whole world looks like an opportunity, one to be seized, built upon, and made better for their sport and the people around it. To student athletes, every opportunity is a chance to change what could be and show the world what opportunity can do.
Four, 5, 6 coming to the plate for Salve Regina. They'll take on a new arm. Coming out of the pen for Birmingham Southern is Josh Learson. Just his second look as a reliever, 13th appearance overall, but 11 regular season starts. So a different approach here for Learson. Certainly, 7.33 ERA, 4-1 record through 15 1/3 innings thrown. 67 strikeouts to 44 walks. Opponents hitting just 220 against. It comes down to finding the strike zone and living there consistently. Dylan Ketch leads things off. Sends the 1-0 to short. On a hop, Grenier fields. Fires to first, and Ketch down for out number 1. And it was 4 in a row retired by Connor Adams, whose final line reads as 2 innings, 2 hits, 1 run it was earned, no walks, and 1 strikeout for the freshman reliever, who's now thrown 4 innings over the course of this weekend. And with the ground out to short, you saw Grenier on screen for a moment. It's now 5 in a row set down, and the Seahawks lineup card. Will McCarthy, 1 for 3. Hit came the last time we saw him at the plate. They'll say that he went around on the first pitch and trails the count now 0-1. Learson, sophomore, hailing from Sandy Springs, Georgia. Tall body frame, 6'2", 190 pounds, ideal pitcher. Size and length. Most recent appearance came back on the 28th of April, 3 innings and a loss to Swanee. Before that, a pair of 5-inning stints at Oglethorpe and against Barry. And a total of 17 earned runs through those 3 appearances for Learson. Juxtaposed to 14 strikeouts and 11 walks. Can of corn in right field. Stedman there to make the catch for out number 2. And Learson looking to make it a 1-2-3 start to his evening. To get the perfect inning, he'll have to go through Tyler Petrosino. Petrosino 1 for 3 as well. His base knock came in his first at-bat back in the second. First pitch, fastball, and a called strike 1 on the outside black. Hits off on the ground right side. Charging in Dunton. Glove flip to first. Just in time to retire Petrosino and complete the 1-2-3 start to the night for Josh Learson. Seahawks down in order. And we're through 7.5. 10-2. Birmingham Southern out in front of Salve Regina. Coming to you on LHSN.
Is it Earlham?
Is it pronounced Earlham?
It's Earlham, and it's a place for
amateur farmers,
Athletes,
artists,
Barefooters.
World changers.
Do-gooders.
It's a place for you.
And it'll change your life for good.
Top of the lineup card, stepping to the plate for Birmingham Southern, Andrew Dunton, Cole Stedman, and Noah Best at least scheduled to the dish. Does look like we'll have a pinch hitter leading things off for Birmingham Southern instead. We might see Luke DiPiero get things underway. We'll update you on that as we see who comes to the plate. Still, Zach Lopez on the mound for Salve Regina. Looking to make it 3 innings of work and potentially the last half inning required for the Seahawks defense and pitching staff. It will be Luke DiPiero leading things off. We've gotten to see DiPiero a handful of times so far this weekend. First time we've seen him today. It's a .229 average coming into this contest for the senior from Atlanta, Georgia. Lopez fires, first pitch strike. DiPiero did play against Earlham as well as Lynchburg. Defensive sub, if memory serves, against Lynchburg. And officially 0 for 0 at the plate this weekend. That will change. Over the head of the third baseman, Will McCarthy, and into left field. Leadoff base knock for DiPiero. His first hit, of the regional. And we will see Cole Stedman return to the plate as the leadoff man for Birmingham Southern in the bottom of the sixth. First full half inning after we return from the delay. Lopez high and outside on the first pitch he throws. And all in all, Stedman gone 1 for 3 this afternoon, also trying to walk. He's come around to score twice, driven in a run as well. Now a fastball comes too far inside and finds the lower body of Stedman. Hit batter. Moves DiPiero up to second. 2 on, no outs. And it'll be another pinch hitter for Birmingham Southern. Wes Diamantis, first time senior at the plate this weekend. Senior first baseman, also from Atlanta, Georgia. And an awesome opportunity for Birmingham Southern to be able to empty out the bench, so to speak, and allow players an opportunity to play in high-level contest and championship game and a regional championship, all part of the NCAA tournament. And, of course, a couple seniors getting chances to play, DiPiero and now Diamantis. First pitch of the at-bat is cut on and missed. And Diamantis likely a 1-for-1 switch with Noah Best. And then for Luke DiPiero, we've primarily seen him out in the outfield when we have gotten to see him during the course of this regional. And considering he throws from the left side, might see a little bit of adjustment defensively for Birmingham Southern once we get to the ninth. O2 count for Diamantis. Popped up into shallow center. Ranging back. Cicada there to make the grab for out number 1. And we'll have another pinch hitter coming to the plate now. This is number 14, Austin Gentry. This will likely be, well, it almost certainly is a straight switch as Fleming was, or excuse me, Ian Hancock was the DH. So Gentry represents the third pinch hitter of this inning. And Gentry, second game played this regional, went 0 for 1 against Lynchburg yesterday. That too was in a pinch hit opportunity in the 8th inning, hitting the spot of Jack Fleming. Today he's hitting for Ian Hancock. Hancock ends his day 0 for 3 with a walk and a run score. Gentry swings through the first pitch he gets. And before this game got underway, a .286 average for Gentry. Lopez looking for his second scoreless inning of work. Comes to play with the 0-1. Hit out towards right. Couple steps back. Petrosino there to make the grab. Trying to move from second to third is DiPiero. The throw is cut off. Just in front of second. Throw a fly out to right. DiPiero moves up 90 feet. Runners at the corners now. And we will see Jack Fleming hit in his spot in the lineup guard. RBI double in the 5th. Also been hit by a pitch. All part of a 1 for 3 showing today. This marks longest appearance of the season already for Lopez. Looking to make it 3 strong. Third consecutive hitter is able to get out in front, 0-1. And once we get to the 9th, it'll be 7-8-9. Who comes to plate for Salve Regina as Birmingham Southern looks to punch their ticket to the Super Regionals. Fastball inside corner and a called strike 2. Pitch number 46 for Lopez. Breaking ball left up above the letters. It's now 1-2. As we've seen the Seahawks do against the top half of this Birmingham Southern offense. For the first 5 in the order, hit from the left side. And you're seeing the Seahawks shift over to that pull side. They're doing the exact same thing here with Fleming. Pitch down in the dirt, blocked up by catch. Runners forced to hold. Twos across the board. 2-2 count. 2 away. Lopez elevates with the fastball. Fleming able to lay off. Works himself into a full count. If the catcher were to reach, on deck is the center fielder Cam McNearney. For the 6 runs that came around, back in the 5th, we're with 2 outs. Can Birmingham Southern create some more separation in the bottom of the 8th? Doing something similar. 2 down in the inning. Panthers have scored 4 of their prior 7 chances at the plate. Hit hard, but straight to first baseman Tyler Canoe, who will take it to the bag himself Fleming down, 3 unassisted, 3 in a row, set down after the leadoff single from DiPiero. Then Cole Stedman being hit by a pitch. We're on to the top of the ninth. Birmingham Southern, 3 outs away from punching their ticket to the Super Regionals. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Panthers and the Seahawks on LHSN.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Hardiman.
Think a private education is too expensive? Think again. At the University of Lynchburg, you can get a personalized education for the cost of a state school. If you're commuting and you get our top scholarships, you could pay much less. And you get all that without the hassle of giant lecture halls. Our faculty know your name here and do more than just teach. You might even do research together and plan out your next career moves.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Top of the ninth inning, SAA honorable mention. Davis Williams comes out of the pen. He's got 7 saves this year. This is not a save opportunity, but a big moment all the same. The Panthers looking to advance to the Super Regional. Williams starts his day with a first pitch grounder being sent to second off the bat of Kyle Platt, who grounds out to his counterpart, a new second baseman, Will Lantis. Let's run you through the defensive changes. Lantis moves from left to play second. Luke DiPiero now out in left field after we saw him lead off single and a pinch hit opportunity bottom of the 8th inning. Over at first, Wes Diamantis. And then Williams, we noted, on the mound. One down, Matt D'Amato, the next man up. D'Amato's gone 1 for 2, single, also drawn a walk. Williams comes quickly set, 3.20 ERA through now 22 appearances. And including the out, he is already registered, 45 1/3 innings thrown, 35 strikeouts, 21 walks, and opponents hitting .237 against. Hitters count at 2-0, fastball shot into the screen to make it 2-1. After D'Amato, we'll see Jared Benyers, and if any were to reach, we'll see the top of the lineup card thereafter in the form of Brandon Grover. 2-1 off the glove of Williams. Ricocheted to second. Lantis makes the throw just in time. You're seldomly seen 1-4-3 put out for out number 2. Birmingham Southern 1 out away from advancing to the Super Regionals, making it a 3-0 weekend at the Lynchburg Regional. There it is again, off the glove of Williams. Scooped by Lantis. Pump fake, throw, got him by a step. Jared Benyers looking to reach for the first time today. It's been a fly out to right, hit it to a fielder's choice, and then officially 2 unassisted. He was called for batter's interference for the final out. In the 6th, sent to center, over, McNearney makes the grab. The season continues for Birmingham Southern. The number 3 team in the country is headed to the Super Regionals by virtue of their 3rd 10-2 win of the weekend. That's right, 10-2 win against Earlham, Lynchburg, and Salve Regina this weekend. What are the odds? Same score, all 3 games. And as we celebrate what Birmingham Southern has done, and that the fact their season's not done yet, let's also take a moment to recognize Salve Regina. Great season. 5th NCAA appearance of the last 6 seasons. 3rd consecutive appearance. And it comes after losing on Friday and having to make the path through the losers bracket even into the championship series, taking down Earlham in comeback fashion to keep their season alive, and then taking down Lynchburg after the rain delay moved that game to this morning. Salve Regina really has been a fun team to watch, and they got one of the best pitchers in college baseball, especially the Division III level. Dominic Parachi coming back. He's a junior, so still years of eligibility left for him. And with Parachi, this team is legit in and of itself, and they got a lot of other pieces coming back. And a great head coach in Eric Sorrell. It's been great to talk and get to know him over the course of this weekend. Great leadership, great talent, and a successful program. Figure to see Salve Regina back in the NCAA tournament next year this time. But Birmingham Southern is the team that makes it out of the Lynchburg Regional. They're headed to the Super Regionals. Congratulations in order for the Panthers. Been an exciting team to watch all year long, and number 3 lives on. That's going to do it for us at Bank of James Stadium. I want to say thank you, everybody, for spending some time with us over the course of the weekend. Also want to give a shout-out to my broadcast partner, so to speak, Andrew Pizzelli. He's done a fantastic job, called a couple games for Salve Regina, and we enjoyed having him on here on LHSN over the course of this weekend. But, as stated, that's going to do it for us. I'd like to give a shout-out to my director, Sam Rice. He's been stellar this weekend, as well as the rest of our LHSN broadcast crew. My name's TJ Wingert, and until next year, we are signing off.